Mm. Good morning, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I'm your host, Down to Crypto TA. I was trying to get set up a little bit better here. Still running behind a little bit on a couple of charts here, but Bitcoin, we did finally break out of this little zone in here that we were holding for a bit. Seems to be the thing now, where we just kind of go sideways until market opens. So, um, looks like we're starting a little rising wedgie structure in here. Put this in. I think we're also diverging just a little bit with a little bit of bear div in here. But we're at resistance at the moment. Let me just draw a. Okay, so not really getting above the value area low here for this zone. We dropped down and took out the previous week low. I was noticing that with a bunch of the coins, altcoins that we were dropping, and we were just taking out that previous week low, but we just barely swept them after consolidating for a while. Just barely swept them. If we come back, we could look for a SFP off of this one now. That's how I have this line drawn out. So it's on this one now instead of the one that was the one that we swept prior. So pretty good volume did come in on this when I looked at it. It was decent. It was decent, decent enough volume. But if we don't hold there, then we'll look down here towards this 86,184 in the time being. So that's what I have here for Bitcoin. Let's just take a look here. So a little bit of a bear div, as you can see. Let me drop. Actually, let me leave that one up. Another little squeeze happening. It looks like the buying pressure is preparing to cool off here as well, based on this indicator here, and also just based on the formation. And right here, we can see we're lower, so the RSI is not rising as much, nor is the MACD, as we're putting in this extra, well, attempting to get this extra push in here. If we do, then we can look for a rejection here at the previous day high. So at the previous day high, we'll look for a rejection there if price manages to push up that far into here. Let me I'm gonna drop MACD for now and just focus on these two right here. So that's what we're going to look for. We might be able to catch some support. I went ahead and put this one here. We might be able to catch some support from this prior low. We'll see if there's still some support coming in there. Otherwise, looking for another SFP down here, another sweep of liquidity here, or a drop down here towards the 86,184. All right, let me see. Ethereum. Just a minute. I know that Ethereum only dropped into the 786 fit retracement, because we were just going sideways for a while in here around this golden pocket retracement level, and so the price simply dropped down here into the to the 786. I'm pretty sure it's doing exactly the same thing. Well, no, it's actually not. Okay, so it's doing a little bit better. It's still showing that there's going to be some sort of a cool off on the selling pressure. Buying pressure, a little bit of a cool off on the buying in here. It does still have the rising structure here. Just like Bitcoin has, except it is doing it more so without the bear div. It's a little bit cleaner here on ETH. Performance did kind of slow down on it. I'm gonna get rid of this. See if there's anything else in here I need to get rid of. Don't need any of this stuff in here anymore. Okay, we'll slide this out because we should catch some resistance right in here possibly, and maybe even catch some resistance right here if price manages to push up any higher. We're already catching this low in here, so let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and reference it for now. You know what? No, I'm gonna put it on top of this hot right here. All right, so we can see us breaking back down below here before here. And let me take a look at the so we're basically still just within our range, and where I pulled out that consolidation area is just at the top side of our range, which we could put in another little shoulder over here. That could be the case, to put in another little shoulder here like we have here. Yeah. Let me go to the weekly real quick for Ethereum. Nasty little candle, right? It's a bad way to close out the week, but if it gets invalid, I mean, a candle like this, it can easily get invalidated. It's not one of my favorite candles, you know, to use. It's not one of my favorite candles. I'm gonna drop this for now. Since we're really just in a range and nothing more, let's focus on that. See if I need to do anything with this. Not really. Suppose just in case some sort of news comes out. I'm gonna block off that, and I'm gonna block off. See how close we are on that, and block off that. And Put one here to the low. All right, I think that'll set us up here for this 15-minute time frame in here. For Ethereum. So we will look for something down here off of this level. Do it like that. Get this to at least a 50. Yeah. Doing my best. All right. Do that. 325. That's better. Something like that. About $5 off. Let's go ahead and look at some of the other time frames in here. All right, so we are below the wedging structure that we had in here for Ethereum. So we broke through that. I do have this drawn out to a line bias, if you recall that. I have it drawn out to a line bias. So it's not taking into account the wicks down here below. If I were to do that with this lower here, looks like we might be tapping it if I do that here. Yeah, so we're tapping it right now. So I'll leave it like this for now, organically to the line, since we are back testing it at this point. Now I'll come back and adjust it back to the line chart if we actually break back inside. So we know that we're hitting some resistance right now for Ethereum. And if we do again play out the measured move, I do have those targets in here. This was from this little head and shouldery situation right here, and the other one in here is from the actual let's see, I may have done, yeah, they're both from here. I did one without the wicks and one with the wicks. All right, see. Yeah. $33.54 had been our trouble zone. So, and due to this high volume node over here, also the low. Yeah, so we're hitting resistance right now for Ethereum. That's what we need to know. And let me add this level. Just in case, since we did respect it in terms of not closing below it. So maybe we'll push this up. Solana. I have been trading Solana, so it's a little bit easier for me this morning with Sol. crazy thing is I changed like on one of my accounts on this Solana drop right here. Price had actually stalled out here. So I moved my entry down for this daily level instead because it was just sitting there and I just knew it was going to do some sort of quick move down. Um so I didn't get triggered into the position on one account in here. And the other one, I reduced the size down dramatically. I just wanted to be in the trade if it happened. And the bulk of the order was down here at the daily. So I just closed that out for a small profit in here because I could see that we were hitting the resistance in here for Solana. So I'm looking for this to come back down. I need to move the daily level now and the weekly level as well. But I did get some good trades out of Solana. Traded Solana, traded Aave, traded Sui. Took a long on Sui earlier, as this was yesterday, day before yesterday, 1 to 2, which turned out pretty good. The Aave one was a really good short. And I accidentally closed out the full thing instead of doing a partial. I don't know if it's me or if it's Blowfin, but yeah. And then it was the gift that kept on giving, and it's good. It was a decent weekend. And keep it light. I did just take the short on Solana. I just entered a small position here, and then I set another one for just above this high in case price comes up and takes the liquidity from this high. So small wins here. It was a fair value gap through here too. That for a minute we were it was holding, and it was from the 1 hour time frame. That little gap. It was this gap right here. It was working for a little while. I didn't take a short off of that though. I just opened the short in here again. I just opened that short because we are diverging on this. I know that for sure. As we were coming up over this point right here, you can see how we already have the lower highs. We're just kind of holding above the 50% retrace, 50, the mean of the RSI. We're just holding above the mean of the RSI right now with this one. So let me just locked it. These two are really close together. This weekly and this daily are really close together now. I'm not going to need this one anymore. Not going to need this one anymore. Let me just go to the daily real quick. I can make this read weekly actually. Should W. We come up, I'll move that. At least I can see where our range is for now on our daily. These are some of the gaps from the 1 hour. that we might come back up to and revisit. Let's see if there's anything in here. I'm going to change this one out. I'm on the daily. I'm over here, Mark. I'm on the daily. Hold on. Because I see myself marking out saying weekly, weekly. This is daily. Okay, cool. So that was a daily. Obviously, a daily. Okay, that is the previous week low. That is the daily. That is the daily. Huh. All right. That's about all I think we'll really get done. Yeah. Push back out here on the 15-minute time frame. I'm going to get rid of that right here. All right, so that's just going to be the break of the 20 SMA. Okay. All right, just in case we're only ranging. ZEC from those two levels that we put in here on Friday, it hasn't been able to get past this one so far. So those two levels held up really well. And I think that those came from, let me see if we drew that off of a 4 hour. Yeah, we drew it off of the 4 hour. So it was this low and this low right here on price action coming back up. And it stopped out completely at this one after chopping it for a bit. It got flushed down on that. And then it broke that up sloping trend line as well. Look at what we got here. Let's see. I'm just gonna, well, no, I'm gonna keep this one here because this was our neckline, but it doesn't seem as relevant anymore. That neckline doesn't. I'll leave it there. You know what? Actually, I won't leave it there. I'll just put this right here. Since these lows in here seem to be getting respected a little bit, maybe we'll take some liquidity from it or something like that, and that'll be it. Yeah. And I don't know if it's just my eyes today or what. It just didn't look right. All right. This is, I draw this up here now. I don't need this anymore. Oh, we don't need that. I think our chances are slim for coming down here, but I do see the parallel channel. Maybe it's parallel. So I'm trying to draw a parallel. Yeah. So I do see that. So we could come down and actually tap into this these highs over here. Like we didn't do it on this candle because we caught the VWAP, um, the yearly VWAP, but we probably could come down here. This would be the measured move for it, you know, the parallel would be back to here. So it was a fun ride while it was a fun ride. So that's what we have to watch over here on SEC. If it loses this range in here. And this one right here. Oh, sorry, wrong thing. Suey was a good trade. So I did this one right here. I put this on the chart on Friday with you on stream, and when I look back over at it, I was like, oh, okay, so cool. We're back up here around the 786. So I went ahead and jumped in on it from that 78 from somewhere right here in the 786 or something. I did 155. Yeah, 155.26. So when I look back over here, the chart, I was like, oh, okay. So we didn't, break below that 886 in here, and we're already back up here. So I went ahead and jumped in on it, and then I closed it out up here. So that was a good little win right there from Friday that we had on here. And then let's see. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff in here as well. I haven't. Yeah, let's just get rid of all of that. I'll keep this one because it did reject at the weekly level, and as well as the golden pocket there. And this was a good one. If something comes up, I'll come back over here and take a look at it. Abe was a good one too. There was the one that we weren't really sure about on Friday that played out, And I did go back in and I tweeted on this one. I said if anybody was watching the stream and they did take that Ave short, that it looked like it was getting ready to reverse in here. So I did update on that. And then I took a short from here, but I closed it out completely, which was not what I was trying to do, because I had the take profit set for lower on this one. And I was trying to just do a partial, and it closed the entire thing out. So those two, let me see, what was that? Yeah. So this was the one from the stream on Friday. It was like, which your stop would have to be up here, blah blah blah. And then of course the market sent it down. When I tweeted, after I tweeted on it, because I had this set for, I think it was probably this low right here. But when I realized that it was probably going to come back up, not really sure if it was going to take out this entry in here, but that it was coming back up, going to come back up through here, I tweeted on it, and then I just moved that there. And then I took this little small short right here, which was set to just come down here for this high in here, but it ended up closing me out completely. So I didn't get too far on this trade right here. Didn't get too far on it. So that was that. And you can see it kept giving. So I don't know about this today now. So because this was from Friday as well, this was going to be another option. If this didn't work out, then it would be this one. I'm gonna get rid of those. I was trying to delete them, not lock them. Delete them, but this was another one that just kind of swept the daily level in here, which was also where the 786 was at, and then it got the little pop up. I'll keep this line in here. Drop. It also reclaimed what is this pattern? No, it really wasn't a pattern. It really isn't. Let me move this down. Don't need that. Really don't know if I want to try trading this one again. Everything basically looks the same patterns, blah blah blah. Divergence, which would be a lot better if it comes up and tries to take out any of the, resistance up here. Be a good short. So I think we kick off with the short. Actually, let me check one indicators. Just want to check the indicators. One looks like it could eventually end up being some sort of a, yeah, we get some short positions. 4 hour. Farah has a pretty nice little trend regression line down through here. Looks like it might be acting as resistance at the moment, but at some point, 4 hour will toss price action up here above one of these. We could say maybe even this one right here. So the 202 that could get taken out. So probably that position that I deleted, that could be a hit today. So that's something to watch for Aave. I'll put some alerts in here, or just at least open up my panel for that. Let me just see. Get rid of some of this artwork. I mean, we're just inside of our weekly level here for XRP, which usually, where you see the 786 at, we tend to get a pretty sweet reaction around that low in here. So we'll just look to that again. Yeah, we usually get a nice little reaction around the low of this weekly level in here. So maybe about that 192 again today. If it drops any further than that, I mean, I would, we can look at the 886 and the low, sweep of the low in here, and just pair that with the indicator and kind of see like where it might be bottoming out. Right now it's at a 41 read, so it does have the potential to actually come in and take out this low and be a good entry. If it did that, that would be a good entry uh, for XRP. And this is on the 4 hour, 1 hour. One hour looks like the 886 would probably be about max on it, unless it bounced from there, came back, and then put in a bull div with the sweep of the low down here. And then 15 minutes. May just be taking this low right here. What is that? Yeah, 15-minute may not be any more than just taking this low. XRP. I did get stopped out of hype on Hyperliquid. Let me get rid of this. I got stopped out of hype. On Friday, I jumped back into a long position over here on it, and it was going up a little bit in here. Well, actually, it was over here. It was going up a little bit in here, and then, yeah, I ended up getting stopped out of it. Did I put that in here? I didn't. I got stopped out of that one, and I got stopped out on Tron. So TRX, and both of those were losing trades, but they were very minimal. This one, I told you that if it dropped down below the 200 EMA, that I would be out of this one, and that's exactly what happened with this one right here. So it came in and stopped me out on that, and then I re-entered a position, which was a small win, and I left this one alone. It was just too it was too much for me, too choppy for me. And after the Ave one too, it just felt a little bit. I was not comfortable with those, so I went back to Solana. It's a lot friendlier trading Solana. And I didn't get a chance to take a look at CME on any of this either. The VIX. Before I start to get into the stock, which I'm not going to do that just yet because I'm going to watch for some possibilities here in the crypto space. Um, I did post up on this because I failed to even look at this on Friday to see the VIX had broke back up this resistance level in here. So now we're broadening, or the VIX is broadening. So we'll look if the VIX comes down. First of all, you have these support levels in here that have been getting respected. I don't know where this one stopped at. I just know that it came back up. Um, this one, and then we have this 14 down here. I know where these are coming from. I just don't know where this right here. I don't know what that was. So total crypto. This is total two, excluding BTC. Uh, really, I've been going through and deleting these trend lines right here. If it didn't get like a strong move up, because I know that we're hitting resistance on everything right now. Whether it's EMA resistance from prior lows, um, point of controls, value, yeah, whatever it is. I just know that we're hitting resistance across these tops. So these breaks are not really giving you like where you break a trend line and your candles continue up like this strong, impulsive. We're just going sideways at best. So I just been deleting these because they're no good. They're no good. The whole point in breaking a trend line is to get a strong move off of it, and we don't even have any volume or anything coming through on those, so just delete it. It's going to be useless. It's going to be useless, and more than likely the volatility is not engaging with that either. Yeah, see, breaking this, but the volatility or the moving average has already started to curve out away from the trend line, making it useless, making it a useless trend line, in my opinion. I mean, that's how I view it. This one might be more like a channel. And then, yeah, likely come back up to this or come into these lows is basically all I'm seeing off of this right here for total. That'll be it. Come back into these lows or come back to this high. You can see USDT dominance came back up to the trend line and got a rejection. So if we're going to get some sort of a push out of Bitcoin today, this is its opportunity right here. Because if we come back down here, chances are we're squeezing in a lot more in here. I need to check and make sure we are, but it looks like we're squeezing in a little bit more in here, and that could give it the break to the downside maybe at some point. If not today, sometime this week, because this is a daily time frame right here. But a rejection here nonetheless for USDT dominance. And with the, yeah. So it is squeezing in a lot more in here. So again, if not today, unless we get a nice large candle throughout here, some sort of impulsive move, maybe tomorrow or something like that, this could end up breaking to the downside. It would still drop right into support, which is a little bit annoying, but we'll see how that goes between today and tomorrow. Right now, 15-minute time frame does suggest bear divs and another little push down. We don't have any data today that would impact price action, so it could be tomorrow. I did take a quick glance over here at this. Got a couple of things in here on Tuesday, Tuesday morning, that could give us that direction on Tuesday. Today we'll just continue with the false move Monday narrative, and then Tuesday will be our real move. See, Wednesday, tentative on that CPI data. JPY might be something big for the market, but even that reads tentative. Okay, so don't know how we'll get that data, how fast we'll get that information. So it'll be all about the charts in the time being. And then, of course, Solana versus Ethereum. It did ended up rejecting here from these lows in here. So Ethereum, you can see how Ethereum is behaving already today. So we're starting to perform a lot better than what it was doing those last Thursday and Friday. What it was doing Thursday and Friday, it wasn't performing all that well on Thursday and Friday, you recall. But now you can see that Solana got that rejection against Ethereum. Now you can see Ethereum starting to perform a bit better now. You can see that reflected in the chart clearly, because back here, Thursday, it's pretty sideways, and then a nice flush to the downside there, as opposed to Solana, which performed a lot better on that day. And then Friday, you see what we got on Friday. We didn't get much of anything out of it. So yeah, it's actually doing a lot better. We're not seeing the bear div again like we were seeing on Bitcoin, like we're seeing on Solana at the moment. So today is going to be all about Ethereum, all about Ethereum today. This might be overreach then. if it's going to perform good, like I'm saying, that might be a little bit of overreaching. Let me see. Oh, I made some adjustments. Again, I like to talk about what I'm doing when it comes to indicators and things like that. So, outside of this right here, we squeezing. I just wanted to check that. That's usually where I would have been like, "Yay, take a short." But it's so sideways. None of this is really going to make a difference, in my opinion. Not right now. It isn't, but you won't see it reflected on this chart right here. But something I have modified on my RSI is going to be this 75-25 rule now versus the 70-30. So 75-25. And then as far as where my top goes, it would be where max, I guess, max pain would be at, to the upside for the RSI itself, and max low would be at. So it's not going to be like your standard um, 80, 80, well, 80-20. It's not bad. But usually when it really gets bad, it's usually down somewhere around about 12. Yeah, about 12. And then when it's really strong, it's usually somewhere around about 80, 85, at least above 85. So I stopped using the basic, which you can't see here, but I stopped using the basics on it. Oh, Solana. You know what else I was going to say about Solana? Because I did put out a tweet on Sol, which is, hold on. Yeah, this chart right here. So I did put out this tweet on Solana because I was studying it, well, just looking back at it, just kind of seeing like what I was missing over here on the higher time frame, blah blah blah. And I realized, you know what? Solana never made it into what is considered to be strength. It never made it into it off of this high. So from this low all the way up here to this high, we never made it into strength. Strength. We actually rejected before we could push into it, and that was you see how we didn't even get into the 60. We didn't even get into the 60. Everything between 60 and 40 is neutral, and we never pushed into the 60. So we never pushed into the bullish. Well, um, again, strength. We never pushed into strength. I thought that was fascinating for Solana, um, without paying attention to it anyway. I thought it was fascinating. And then we're also below the 50. Like, this is the only other time, based on the data that we can pull up off of a monthly chart for Solana, this is the only other time we've been below the 50. And you can see how that went when we were under the 50. But that's also speaks to us being in the for me personally, I say we're in based on technicals, bear market. We already know Solana's at bear market lows, so I can for sure say that. It's I don't know, people. Everybody has their opinions on it. It doesn't really make a difference to me whether or not we're in a bearish bear market or not. It really doesn't. You just follow the trend. But yeah, this is the second time it's actually fallen below this 50. this 50 read in here, but we knew how critical the level was, how critical the level is in here still, how critical it is in here. But I let you know on Friday stream that I added those additional rays to the chart. And so I'm not just looking at that 40 to 30 anymore. Um, and can look at some of the other areas in here, but still below 120 is going to be harsh. Below 120, you just don't want to be below that, in my opinion. So I don't know what's going to happen if Solana drops below that. I just know that below this point right here, then we're changing. We're outside of what should have been the respected low for the bear market zone for Solana. So we want to hold through here. And this is basically just body to line low or wick low. That's all that is. So if I turn that off, you can see that's all that is, and it tends to be respected. So we're just sitting in our current zone right now, which is 122.79 to 143.51 on that Binance chart. This part right here, as far as the MACD is concerned, it looks corrective at the moment. We're not too close to the zero, so that's good. That's a plus, but we're still trending down with the delta. It'll be a little slower here on the monthly time frame also, but we are still just trending down. So if that happens, that's where the worst would come into place. So I don't think that we're going to get that right now, but you can see back over here, if that were to happen, then that's where things get a lot worse, because that's what happened over here. Even though we can't see it, we can see that the MACD crossed below the zero line, and that's when we got the rest of that flush here on Solana's price. So you can see from here, we got all of this little extra outside of this candle right here. We won't have bull divs anymore either. Potential for a bull div right here if we get the swing up from this level. But if we come below here and we close below here, we don't have this anymore. And that's just confirmation of a continuation down. And prices can get nasty. They can get nasty. We're at 48 right now, so we have time to still turn back up this 50. We could still make that happen here off of this time frame. But scary thoughts. I was thinking about unlocking, unstaking my soul in case I just needed to sell it out. Even though I'm in from this low down here, so my entry is from here from this zone. I just don't want to ride all of that back down, because I could take that capital and rotate it into something else instead of round tripping it. I mean, I've already held it through here a few times, and we would not play out this head and shoulders. But I thought about this too. I thought about back in 2021 when I saw this on AVAX, and I put out a tweet on AVAX at that time, and I was saying I was highlighting the head and shoulder formation on AVAX and how it was going to be a cold winter, and that was when Game of Thrones was hitting too. And yeah, AVAX never made it back. I don't think that that'll be the case for Solana, but we never know, because sometimes they don't come back. I don't care how good you are. Sometimes you just don't come back. And AVAX was one of those that just didn't come back. Bitcoin had the head and shoulders back then too. Everything basically like we look now. Like we look now. But it had this head and shoulders over here. I was viewing it from a weekly at the time for AVAX. I was viewing it from a weekly. And I remember I measured it out and I was like, nah, we won't do that. But since that, AVAX just never came back to that type of greatness. Never came back to that. And that's basically where we have stopped out at. That neckline going forward has been it for AVAX. If Solana did something like that, I suppose I'd be okay. If it did fall back down to those lows, but then manage to get back in here, I know that that'd probably be my last chance to get out of it. But yeah, at this point right here, that's I was no longer in the AVAX. I put it in something worse, which was Terra Luna. I took all of my money from AVAX, and I made a lot off of AVAX because I bought it somewhere down in here. I bought it just off of a whim. It just off of a whim, I bought it, and then it rallied up to here, and I took all of that money and I threw it in Terra Luna, and then that was worse than AVAX. Worse than AVAX. And I lost it. I lost it. So there was that, the Terra Luna, Luna, and then there was Voyager. Both of those. It was harsh. It was harsh. So I lost all my cash to Luna, and then Voyager um, shut down, and what they gave us back wasn't even half. It wasn't even half. And I was super excited about my investment in Ethereum. Then it was peanuts when I got it back. A lot of stuff, a lot of things. But I'm still here. I'm still here in crypto. Let me make sure I got executed on that. While I'm saying I'm in it, I need to make sure that they did actually. It's a limit order into it. Yeah, I'm in it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So that was just one limit order into it from here. And then the next one, like I said, it's going to be if we're taking out this high in here, which looks like we might even push through that. May want to adjust it. I'll decide once it gets up here if I need to adjust it. Check back on Bitcoin real quick. And Ethereum. I would put one of these up here, but to be honest with you, I don't have a stop. I don't have a stop on this. Which is a little bit reckless. And that's because I'm scaling into the position. $58. That means anywhere in here. Since I'll get executed in here, let me see how bad that is going to be. That's just the one. Okay, I can deal with that. Probably wouldn't. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, I'll let that be my stop, and then hopefully it's not one of those things where it just stops it out and then goes in the direction, and I'll re-enter if we were to do something like this. But right now, I'm just really focusing on these two levels right here for my entry based on the bear div. I'll push this in because I can on the 3-to-1 type thing. Right. Let me make that adjustment for my stop. Settings. Crosshair. Wow, I have to keep going in here. Putting. All right. Hopefully this doesn't get boring. And like I said, I would have suggested a short right here, just based on that. I would have suggested a short right here on Ethereum, but by the time I looked at it, you're a little bit off from your I mean, it's a little bit off from that. Mm, let's see if it comes back up here. Because that could be a good short. Unless it drops now. And if it does, then we'll look at the long. Just see what that's looking like. Which could be this. Or like I said, this. Or this. We'll see. Whichever one happens first. Oh boy. I did not check is let me just add Trading view. CME, because I did take a look at CME. It's going to do those three. CME. And CME Solana. So we've basically, not quite yet, but the gap that we had in here, that's pretty much being filled completely. Pretty much not, as we are sitting at that resistance on Bitcoin. Let me get rid of this old nonsense. And then got nothing here. Nothing here, it seems. This gets a little bit too choppy on that time frame. I probably won't use the Solana's chart. It needs a little bit more developing over here in CME. What's this coming from? I don't know. But wherever it was coming from, we've done it. No, we haven't. We just did the anyway, I don't know. Doesn't look right anymore. Could sworn I marked this stuff out in here, and apparently I didn't. Let me drop that. I guess Ethereum. I thought I did Solana's too. I guess I've only done Ethereum's. Um, Guess I've only done ETH's grayscale chart. Okay, so while we're slow on that, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look. See over here. Not a lot has changed with any of this stuff in here. Um, we're about at the final phase that I was looking at in here for Chime. See what kind of we've already started turning down just a little bit prior to it. May have some no bear divs, but definitely high off the hog in here. 15-minute time frame doesn't mean it won't continue to push because this is just a 15-minute, but this is about it in terms of what I was looking for on a push up. Hopefully it'll keep going for anybody who's Chime long. Hopefully. Otherwise, you just want to be mindful of falling below 25 on Chime. 25 and rejecting. I'm gonna just put it like that because you can drop it and still reclaim it. But if you drop it and you start rejecting off of that, then could be coming back down in here. Somewhere around this $20 level, something like that. Otherwise, wanna hopefully to keep going. You're outside of 35, you're doing absolutely wonderful. Oracle is holding up rather well, I would have to say. Oracle was already down, so after earnings with this little push down, it's not so bad to be honest with you. Oracle could actually be a buy. Uh, could actually be a buy. Bear in mind, there is still a possibility of, coming down a little bit lower in here, 150, maybe even 124, something like that. But to me at the moment, it doesn't look bad. It just don't look bad. So see on the daily, well, yeah. You can get a little bit more, like I said. So you can get that, can still get this 150 in here. At least from this other time. From 4 though, it doesn't look bad from 4. And that could be the final push down. Somewhere between that 150 and that 124 could be the final push down before Chime actually reverses here on a higher time frame. But it don't look terrible. It's not really accelerating to the downside as fast, that fast. It's not bad. Just sit on your hands. This didn't happen, obviously. Um, it's just still sitting there. It's not bad. Yeah. Those EMAs were bad. I don't really see anything worth caring about at the moment. On Friday, on Friday, I prematurely, and I said that I should have waited on confirmation when I was looking for price to fall back below 460, and I didn't. So when it started to push in here a little bit more, I was like, you know what, I should just go ahead and close this out. And then right behind that, that's when we got the drop back below the 460. It's like 460 seems to be the consensus for Tesla, for price to drop, to reject here, but it did without confirmation. Without confirmation, I went ahead and I jumped in with a limit order. And actually the limit order didn't even execute at the 460. It executed they executed it once price got away from 460 in here. It still read that it entered me in at 460, but it literally did not execute me in at 460. Price was above it. And sometimes I don't know. Sometimes BTCC is a little shady with that, which I could have just hit the cancel button on it and I didn't. It didn't really move too far outside of my area, but I didn't want to chance it. And it continued to push up against me, even though it looked like this was topping out in here. What I was looking at the time was I was looking at how deviated it was, which means that some exhaustion would be coming in on it. But instead of me waiting for the confirmation, like I said, I jumped the gun on it, and then this happened. And then it really gave a good drop, and I didn't get a chance to take advantage of any of that because, like I said, I should have waited, and if I had zoomed out on it, that would have been even better. Because I think that I'm gonna put this right here on this top, and then I can tell you exactly where it was on the 5. I think I zoomed out. No, that's my 5 or 15. I think I zoomed out. I zoomed out 5, I believe. No, no, it was 1 minute. It was a 1 minute. I think I zoomed out on the 1 minute. I think I zoomed out on the one. It's not gonna show you the it's not gonna show you over here, but it was based off of this candle right here. So this would have been the entry over here, taking out this consolidation area right here. So that would have been it. But I did not allow it to validate my entry. This part right here had already happened, and I just set the limit order on it. So if you were here for that, you saw you. Yeah. It's just a matter of waiting on confirmation, like that confirmation. Let's see how shit goes today. Forgive me. We'll see how things go today. I'm gonna at least give the market 15 minutes after opening to settle down. So first move, I'm not gonna be interested in. So looking at Robinhood over the weekend, a little concerning. Not necessarily because I'm buying this one spot, and I don't have another order set up for this until it hits 100. Got the golden pocket 786 right down here for it. Price is currently below. Was that the one? Okay, no, that one's fine. That was the neckline from back over here. So that was, I'm smelling cake. That was from in here. Yeah, that one was from there. Um, Keeping my eyes out on this one right here. It's drawn from a weekly time frame, so this is going to be off in comparison to the weekly. But this 102 is what where price bounced at the last time off of this trend line down through here. It bounced off of that. So hopefully we can reclaim, get back above this pivot right here, get back above these lows in here. Might be a little bit safer if you're assuming that this is a wave four here to the downside, and we got one more wave up for a fifth wave up. If you're assuming that, then this is good. This is okay. If not, and we see price come down here and take out this 102, then we got another problem. Okay. For that, I have a target of 85 in here. And I was saying that I think that we can pick up some Robinhood around $60 personally. That is something that I've been saying for the past, I don't know, since their earnings. I've been saying 160 were two additional targets. And the first one where I got in that was 125. I knew 120 was also going to be a target for us. So it's 125, 120, 160 for me. Um, but right now, I am hoping that this will get back above this 120 at the moment. That's what I'm hoping. We get back above this low right here. And then we can come back up and try to break out of this thing right here for what could be a wave five if it's not already in. If it's not already in. I know on the daily with this, was I doing a daily or weekly? Was I doing the weekly? Yeah, I was doing the weekly. Just checking out the weekly. And the target is actually in between in here. And that was based on the measure move from what I thought was a double top in here for it. And you can see we haven't taken that. We haven't invalidated the idea of it being a double top just yet. Hoping we do, but and the reason why I'm saying I hope we do right now is because, I did take besides my spot position where I'm trying to accumulate a little bit on it, I took a leverage long on this thing. I got greedy. And it went against me. So, yeah. Um, yeah, but that's the double top. It sits in here. It's in between this 90 and this 85, like I said. So if we do play out the measure move from that neckline, then that's where we'll be. Right now, price has to get back above here right now. And if that doesn't happen, which it looks like it could not happen. It looks like it, hold on, don't want to turn that. It looks like it could not happen. I was just looking down here. See that? Well, you can see it up here. Mm. this thing. Unless that's it. If it, and the reason why I'm looking at this pivot too is because if price action actually drops or closes below here, and this would be on the weekly though, so we may have time on this. Then it wouldn't be a bullish divergence thing happening in here anymore. See how we got the bull div, got the bull div following that. It gave us that little push up, but this time if it keeps dropping, then you won't have bull div situation anymore, and I probably get that target. So my hedge is my spot position. But even with that, I'll be waiting. I will be waiting. Oh, that just made me think about Solana again. Something else that I put in that tweet on Solana, which I'll take a look at. But we need to get back up here on Hood. Looks like a bear market on Hood. This looks like everything else in crypto right now, to be honest with you. Uh, you can see I took the arrow away for that hopium, but I kept saying too that just in case we could see we had that wedging structure in here, I should have did the short. I should have did the short. I'm just trying to go with the direction of the market until it's not that anymore, and it's not. It's not. It's making lower. Well, it's making lower lows right now, so I should have went with that. Just macro wise, it's still up. Sizzle, if we're gonna make it again, nothing much has changed over here. This is all I'm looking for. Is that 8660 from this break here, which looks weird from that time frame, but it's not a lot in comparison to the fall. But that's still a nice move on Sezzle. So if we can get here, if we can get past this, we're doing okay. Thursday, get past this, hit it again, and get up into here. It gets past here, then you have actually gets past here, you have a lot more room to easily run. Sezzle, 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 my Nezzle. My problem is sometimes I'll see Solana drop down a little bit more. Let me take a look at that real quick. All right. So there's no point in having to stop all the way up here anymore. It might, Yeah, this is, oh no, that's 1 minute that was showing the bounce. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was 1 minute. I don't really do the 1 minute. I just added that in here. I don't really care for 1 minute. Let me switch this over. I was looking at a 1 minute on another time frame. Forgive me. Which it still concurs right in here. It's like a 50. Yeah. I usually TP, like my first TP usually on a downtrend is going to be when the RSI drops back into a 50. I'll do it like that sometimes, as opposed to, I mean, this will be a 1-to-1 in here as well. I usually do it when it drops back down into that first one and then move it to the stop loss. Um, and then that way I'm either break even or walk away with a little bit of profit if it decides to turn around. It can choose to bounce up from here, even though it may not look like it in the moment. It can choose to bounce up from here. It can do that. Wish this was a little bit closer. It's not. Which is also why when we first come into it, I try to take a little bit off of it. Since I only got executed on one of my orders, I just set my stop for the entry instead. 81. And the market actually entered me in. It's not going to be the same as over here. Um, it actually entered me in at 132.81. And it's not going to be the same because it's totally different charts. Totally different charts. Let's not do it like that. And at this point, I can set this like that. So I'm going to modify this and just set it for my stop, my entry instead. No, no, not well. Yeah, I went ahead and set it for my entry. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. It wouldn't make sense to me now at this point because I'm in profit. At least I've done a 1-to-1. I know that much for me to get, and give the money to pay the market instead of being paid. And then I'll reassess the situation. This is how I ended up getting stopped out of Solana the other day. But we entered back, and I entered back into that trade, and um, there was another person here in the comments as well, who re-entered there too. So we made a score on Solana on the short from Friday. Yeah, this right here re-entered. This right here re-entered right in here because I got stopped out here from the initial short and re-entered it. And I had to think about it, but I took it and I shared that, and yeah, that was a nice little rollover. I'm still holding that, but I'm pretty much out of it, but I'm still holding that. And I can see that we're at the bottom side of the Bollinger. Yeah, right about the bottom side of the Bollinger right now. So it can come back up here and stop me out. No, I'll take a little small loss. I'll take a little small loss if I must. Yeah, I'll do that. I did just set it like it is right here. All right, DG still doing good. My consensus is that DG can get back up here to about 180, and this is all after earnings. That's my thoughts. That's the measure move for the inverse head and shoulders that it has on it. If we can say that that's what it is, I mean that's what I say it is. You tell me. And that was the breakout point right here. If I were to move this, but this is just the trend line break from that, the trend line break from the ending diagonal or falling wedge. Low still being respected. Beyond the gap, actually came back tested the gap and held the gap as support. So get through this again. I think that that's the consensus on it. If I move this, actually I don't have to move that. I can just do this. I do that. And I guess it just depends on what that the time frame I have it on. This was probably done off of a 16, which is why it's not matching exactly. But that's the measure. That's the measure move right there from this low to this high. It's that, and that's the 180. So still looking strong. Still looking strong. Lulu got past the resistance. If it comes back, I guess you want to see that hold, maybe even do the same thing and hold. Hold on the gap, or either come back and back test this little range that was holding that, something like that. I don't know why. Well, I don't know. Lulu, that's 16. So I can see. I don't like that. I don't like that. I mean, if it comes back, you want to see it hold. I'm gonna say 180. Hold the 189. Hold the range that it got the breakup out of, because I'm not really feeling it. This one was really just interesting to me because of the weekly time frame. Outside of that, it's over. It's too expensive for my taste. I'm not really interested in it. That's Lulu. Not looking too strong. Yeah, it's looking overextended. It's overextended. There's Broadcom. Nothing has really changed in here on this one either. My thing is, it still has the potential to get down here to this trend line right here. Number one, that is the place I would be looking for support from, or back here into the gap where we also have standard deviation 1 right here as well. So back in here into the gap, standard deviation 1, the rejection off of the top side of the broadening channel, I'm sorry, the rising channel formation in here. Back down below the euphoria. I can get rid of this now if you don't know what that was. That was just a starter. Uh, it was a short from that day. Uh, and it wasn't for much. It was just coming back into standard deviation 2, because standard deviation 2 had the ability to hold it as support, which it broke it and then it reclaimed back above it. Now I'm thinking, since it did come back up and reject from here, and don't need this anymore either, because this is, you know what, I'll leave it there. Just I mean, it didn't care about it after it managed. After earnings, we were, before earnings we were chopping around on it, and then after earnings it blasted up through it and then fell back down below the channel, upper channel trend line in here. So my thing is here and then possibly down here to fill in the gap. Back to standard deviation 1. If you see price fill in the gap and manage to, well, if you see it fill in the gap and then either retain the gap, I'd really be looking for it to get back above here, to be honest. I'd be looking for it to get back above here. If it's still strong, it'll get back above here. If it's not still strong, it'll continue down here towards this golden pocket, 20 SMA down here and the bottom side of the channel. A lot of confluence down there. Lots. And that could be what you get out of Broadcom. On the monthly, let me see that. I was trying to see how it did in here all together when it got like that, back below in here. Got a pretty decent correction off of it when it did drop back below here. It did it twice though, but when it did right there, the little bit right there, and then the one here, the one that was right here as well. So it can come down here. It still can. But right now, at least 318 is my thought. At least 318. I looked to see if I could trade this on BTCC, and you can't. AVGO is not one because I would have been in this, and this is not. It's not one, unfortunately. So that was that. Palantir. Looks like we might be rejecting off of that now. If it doesn't reject here again, then chances are it actually breaks to the upside. Probably even do that 207. But right now, if it does reject here again, I start to look down here about 170 for it. See if that won't hold it again. And if it does, then that could be another entry. Let that happen. So 4 hour chart. So some of these I just won't zoom out to, anything lower than. I guess if I did on the 15-minute, I probably look at that and look at this low being hit if I did. And then 190 is always going to be good because it's an even number. Anyway, I'll put it like that on that. It's close enough to 190. That would probably be my thing for today between this 177 and this 190. $180 might be the holding spot today. Yeah, really nothing to monitor until at least the market is in sync. 185, 190, and 175 probably be something to watch today on PLTR for a short or for a long. Who is this? AMD. Same situation. On a drop 200 or 195 to the upside. You can see the resistance from the neckline in here. And we have the measured move on this right here for down here towards this 180. So it could be a hit at some point. Let's see what the market feels like doing today. All right, Solana. Just checking on that. It's still holding. Solana is, so kind of wondering if it's still trying to hold. It's still within the range too. Like we know that. I don't think that there was anything else really below here. Intel, yeah. Still ain't did nothing with DoorDash. Novo Nordisk. See that beautiful little inverse on Novo? Probably not interested in Best Buy. Walmart. I can't win with Walmart. Just go long on Walmart. That's all I can tell you. Just go long on Walmart. For whatever reason, this thing wants to keep chucking. It just keeps trucking. I don't know. Whatever. Somewhere around 80 is where it caps. Somewhere around 80. It might not last long, but somewhere around 80 is where it caps every time. 67 right now. You can catch a short on this. I can't take one on. I'll probably try it today. Really want to mess with it. Strategy. This was from Thursday. Yeah, that was from Thursday. So we're back at it here today. Just like Bitcoin. So if we think we're going to break down, today could be the day. Today, I mean, it could. It could. It still has a ton of support throughout here. Um, yeah, this was from Thursday. Yeah. Bitcoin is holding. I don't know. Bitcoin is holding, but it's at support. Strategy at support. Unless you got that short. Unless you got that one, because both Bitcoin and strategy both tapped it clean and gave a rejection. See if I can afford to take something off on my short position on Solana real quick here. Not really. See what Bitcoin just did with that little. Yeah, Bitty's going. It's going to from the rejection zone in here, from the accumulation zone in here, acting as resistance in here. Break a trend line. It's going to look. I just saw that little drop in strategy. It's so interesting. It's just Bitcoin, a carbon copy. May want to support from the lows. I did not map out that range that we're probably in now. Okay, so it's breaking that. You can see, just in case. Just in case. Oh, like I said, Ethereum on its grind today. It's holding up good today. Oh, Been up good today. So far. So far. Just Biddy and Solana today. I swear I keep feeling like Solana gonna try to come back up here again. Just feeling like it. Keep stalling out around this 50. Getting close. If it's gonna give some more. Oh. Hmm. Eli Lilly. I saw that. What day was that on? Tuesday. I think they had some news come out too at the same time. All right. That's those. Let's go Bitcoin. Moving a little bit faster. I don't know if I should put this on Bitcoin or on Sol. I'm in the Sol short again. So I may want to. I don't know if you took the Sol short. Only thing I'm looking at with this, I'll put it back on Sol. I'll show you what I'm looking at. The only thing I'm looking at with this is you can see how fast the RSI is moving against. Again, that's kind of bugging me a little bit. We're still pretty close to the 50, and we're faster than price action in here right now. So there can still be some strength in here. And check back over there on it. Apple from what was that, Thursday? Yeah, and we still just kind of being bonded in between that 277.50 and that 280 right now on Apple. Like I said, the more this starts to go sideways over here, the less it starts to look like some sort of a head and shoulder. And you can see when we got that drop into this support level down here. Uh, I don't know that this can still be. I mean, it still has some confluence to the measured move, but I don't know about this still being the head and shoulder thing over here. Just don't know. It just it's not exactly at the top either, so I know that too. Um, but it's still just kind of stuck, consolidating between that 277.50 and that 280 over here. But either way it goes, 70, 263. Unless it finally decides it wants to break up. Right now, it just doesn't look like it's doing it. So if there's any news or anything, what they got to do with Apple, but okay. 2 days ago. Mm. Anyway, still range bound. Nvidia still seeing if something like that happen. I did take a long on Nvidia. Um, Friday. Yeah, it worked. It worked out. We are below this little rising structure throughout here. We did that. That was supposed to be like a little. Anyway, I don't think that this. I'll do it like that. I don't think this is relevant. I'm gonna take that away. It was across there anyway. And I dropped it when we held it right here. And that's what that was. So 170, 165. I deleted the one that was across here because we violated it. And it was this right here. We violated it first. We came back. I don't even know if you want to call that resistance. You can. It just didn't seem worth keeping it on the chart, so I took it off. Um, I don't know. I don't like when it keeps, yeah, I don't like that. So I took it away. It was choppy and just kept the lower one. So 170, 165 can still be a thing. They keep pushing price back up towards the 180. Then I look for 185 if we're flipping it. But otherwise, it's a chance that we could finally get in here and hit these. Saw Tesla already. It's on this in this moment right now. If it pushes up when market opens, I would expect for it to pause out here around 470 and reject and come back down. Otherwise, it's already starting the process of looking to reject back down in here, filling that gap right there. But I don't see it being able to do a lot more than this right here this morning, coming into market open and get the first mover down, and then if it wants to go, it could go. But it just looks like it's going to be um, overextended a bit, which means they'll probably short it and short the crap out of it then. 470 max. Circle still just between this 80 and 90, still just between that. Um, Nothing. If it falls off, then yeah, I would just say 80. If it falls off, 80, and of course 75. But I don't think that that's going to be on the table today. And pushing up through 85 again, I start to look back at 90 because everything is just trading a range right now. For the most part, most stuff is just trading a range. You're just sideways, at least until this one manages to get back to a place where, like I said, we're coming back into this falling trend line right here. That would be, so doing this up over 4. Yeah. When all things are said and done, I think price action does come back into this descending trend line right here for it. Just range bound. Yeah, that's it. Hood not above here again. More downside is more likely. I'd be looking out for that. Ugh, ugh. Right now it sucks. Yeah, right now it sucks. It was something else I was gonna mention. No, I haven't looked at Meta, but Meta did come into one of the resistances I had in here. I just had to pull it forward. So it came in around this one right here. I don't know how good these are anymore. This was for on the way down. So I don't really know, you know, this already reacted to it. I don't think that any of this stuff in here is still too relevant. Meta also came all the way up to rejection off of the gap fill, the neckline again right here when we got that breakdown. I don't know what happened with this, but that's so far an ugly looking candle. So far, a very ugly looking candle. And I remember I was looking at this stuff through here. That news dropped out about Meta and it pushed up beyond here. So I start looking at what was I looking at? Oh, yeah. I was looking at us coming back down through here, but then that news came out and it came back up right here. I don't know. But it did reject off of reject somewhere around about in that neckline. Just still got this gap in here. That looks a little bit nasty though. Looks a little bit nasty. I don't know if there's any. Let the fudding begin. Meta's trusted experts help me run scam ads on Facebook and Instagram. Okay. All right. Nasty candle. Yeah. Sherlana. Said it was hanging around hanging too close to that 50, just moving slow, dragging us behind, and the RSI was way faster than price action. It might be able to get in here and sweep this one or sweep this one right here. It's worth reassessing it from there. Let's see how this goes. And this is going to be where price action is moving way faster than the RSI to the upside. So it's still looking to come down. It's just that just wasn't the moment for it. Similar in a sense to this over here, where, well, nah, it's probably not the best example. Nah, not exactly. Bitcoin's doing the same thing. It's just not all the way up here. It's not as far up here as Solana is. I'm starting to lose my voice this morning. And Ethereum, same. Zcash holding. It's holding. Let's put in some bull divs to here. Bull divs, bear divs.
cold outside.
Streaming, thank you. We're cold in Georgia, as you can hear. We have a cold advisory. It's 20 degrees. If you're from somewhere else, it's probably nothing to you. It's something for us Georgians. Uh, let's see. What's it going to be? Hmm. If this it gets invalidated here, I'm reassessing for this one here at 133.66, that daily level right there, and then this one right here at 134, which I would assume more so something like this right here. This 133. We'll see. that's going to be my two areas of interest, here and here. So Bitcoin still hasn't made its way quite back to the resistance level just yet, and Ethereum is still at a pause as well. The only thing that's really pushing right now is Solana. But it's definitely it's not something that I'm seeing with the continuation between here. I'm just doing this so you know what I'm looking at. So this time, if again, if it doesn't invalidate this right here on a drop this time, it'll go. It'll continue, as opposed to how it did as it was lingering around this 50 in here. Um, like I said, I will TP at a 50 just because it can turn around there. And plus, I can see the overextension, at least from the 1 minute. at least from the 1 minute, which I don't trust. I don't trust. Might need to consider this though. Didn't want to. 123.49. 120. 26. I was about to say this thing over here is tripping. Oh, 26. All right, we just slowed down dramatically. Let's see what I got over here on the screener. Nothing really that I would be interested in here just yet. That would fit my standards. Excuse me just a moment. And I can see we're still just at a standstill. Which is cool. See if there's anything new with unusual volume and stuff like that. I haven't actually checked that. I don't even have it pulled up. I may not even bookmark that stuff. I didn't. What am I using? Anyway, let's see options, unusual options activity. It's not going to be any updates from the weekend. I mean, from since Friday. Yeah, last couple of things that were in here. It's AVGO, Coin, Rivian. Yeah, not really too much. Hood. Not really a lot. Nothing up to date or anything like that. Yeah, nothing really. Then I know nothing has come up over here. Give me just see. Make sure. Log in on this. Two. Oh, it's doing it like that. So it's not gonna be anything in here relatively new. See something in here on Tesla and AVGO again, but nothing. Mm, let's see, Meta's in here. Yeah, Tesla, AVGO, got a little something in here with Meta. I don't really see too much happening. Probably won't even pull up too much. 90, 70. This is what I was just talking about. That force, no, five. Hold on, what am I talking about? In here, um, Tesla 470. Yeah, that 470. That's what I'm looking at. That 470. If it do want to push up, but I don't really see, not too much. Not too much. All right. So maybe come back later. Take a look at that. Let's get back over here and look at our position on Solanza. On Solanza. All right. I'm gonna move this since that actually, kind of worked out. Thank goodness I did move the. I would have been stopped out if I'd have set my stop to entry, and then I would have had to sit here and contemplate on it instead of letting it invalidate. I have a habit of putting a stop loss real close. I don't know, I'm funny like that. Let's see. This time we should get follow through. Like I said, first time, no, this time it should follow through. So hopefully, come on. Stop giving me a hard time. Put this on 3. I just want to see a little bit of this. Should I have moved this? Look like it would have made a difference. Let me just check it. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. I'm gonna leave this the same. I'm just gonna pull it out a little bit. But leave it the same. I'm sorry I'm being anal. We got over here a little bit of a back test. No, I broke through this a little bit too much. And this green box, you all know, is just the bear market territory for Solana right now in its current state. That's all. I'm gonna take the background feel out of it. Let's see what. If it came back into here, that would be a good short. If it came back into here, I can't tell you that that's going to happen right now. Just using this 15-minute time frame to catch trades. Like I said, we should get the follow through this time. I'm gonna monitor like kind of like where we're at in relationship to all of this right here. Um, if it drops into this zone, still probably have to see that expansion in here, but it should follow through. Uh, and just want to see how likely we are to get a bounce here before I decide on a long position down here, this golden pocket or something, because it could. Let me see. Come on for. Let me see. A little bit of a rejection right there. Hold on. How is this sitting? Okay. Let's see. Because it might want to. Yeah, I will be looking for this to want to squeeze up. So just come on with the follow through. Could be a good long. So take another position. Probably right in here. And we'll see what that looks like once we come down here into it. Got that daily level. Well, this is our daily range, I think, so far has been that much. 4 hour ain't looking bad. 4 hours not looking bad, so it could be a good long entry coming in. Just need to get that follow through to get it. 130, 130, 191, 130, 191. Something isn't up to date over here on this chart. Let's see what's not up to date. Love you. Drive safe. Okay, I was about to say something wasn't up to date on this chart over here. Really choppy on this 4. So you see how we held the range down here. So that means we're still holding that still holding that Bollinger. Still holding that Bollinger right here. That's what that is. We're still holding the range. We're still holding, well, we're off of that Bollinger a little bit, but we're still holding this range. Let's see. I'm going to change this a little bit more. So like that on that entry. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Dang, that's annoying. Just won't let me be great. Hmm. 15 minutes is mad choppy. See what Bitcoin just did? Nothing. Ethereum. ETH at the moment. Bitcoin at the moment. And Solana loving the attention. It probably even validated this time and stop it out this time. You see the volume on that. Some pretty good volume. Pretty good volume. It's like this one. Has some good volume behind it. This was actually one of the first moves I could see that actually had some stamina behind the move. For so most of the stamina has been to the downside. It was one of the first moves right here I could see had stamina to the upside, which again I closed that out. And then the other account, it didn't even execute me because I moved the entry for here and it didn't hit it. So, trying to get this short in. What are these? Oh. So it's performing a little bit better than Bitcoin. We can see that already. Chainlink is still one of the best looking charts right now. Bitcoin's still just a little. I didn't add this one into a range. Remember, right now, just looking at the rejection from the prior range, but I didn't put this one inside of a range, which we could do that. I just leave it like this. All right, so I'm still moving a little bit faster than price action. Ethereum. I just felt like that was going to be too much. I said this. I just, I could see, but it just seemed like it was a little bit more too much of a stop on this one. 67, yeah, a bit too much. It was performing a little bit better though. It's just Solana with the shenanigans right now. Solana with the shenanigans. I also see that little green bar over here now for Sol versus ETH. Play too much. It playing too much. Why are you flashing? Okay. Breakout's being a little bit extra right now. Oh, geez. I guess I gotta restart this. Oh, wow. Okay, I gotta refresh it. I hate to do that. Dang it. It's gonna throw everything off, probably. It didn't, thank goodness. This was probably like some golden pocket reaction, too. Let me just check. Check, check, check. Yeah, some sort of a golden pocket reaction, also. Back to holding the mean again. It looks like the day I should have took the short on Ave. positive MACD on the 1 hour and turn it into a positive. I know we're going to get a long out of this. I'm just trying to get that follow through on this short first and then jump into the long. Because I closed this one out. I got to close this one. So let's see. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I can use you now. Yeah, I already got this drawn out on keeping this as is. Just like that. 20 SMA. It'll get above that. We look at 134. I think I got this over there. But if I don't, I will add it. Yeah, I already have this marked out. This top. It's 134.28. 134.28 right here. That's what that is. And then $130.73. Sorry. 130.88. Be this low right here. So it might just be this one. I'm gonna drop this. And Solana is really gonna have some. Yeah. I guess if it gives a follow through, it may only do this. It might only do 130 as opposed to coming back into this golden pocket. So Again, that's why I have it here too, just in case it becomes to a support level, kind of like how we're holding within this zone in here at the moment with the low volatility. So it could be market opens or before market opens, it rushes it up there or something. I'm really hoping we can at least get this much into it and then look long on it. If the 1 hour and the 4 hour are really going to follow through, that would be it. Or, just if you took the Solana short, go ahead and take a partial profit on it. That way, some profits are locked in. Uh, you would still walk away with capital if it invalidates it from here, simply because this is a bigger move with the entry. It's still double, it's twice that. So 2 to 1 with just this down to here. So 2 to 1. Aave looks like the one I should have been shorting today. Hmm. Let me check on something else over here. Okay, Aave. Probably should have. It's rolling over a lot better. After putting in the bear divs, RSI is still moving a little faster, but this is getting a lot closer to maybe an acceleration here with the MACD. Possibly. Possibly. I just figured that would take me back to Solana. It didn't. Man, maybe that was the loan. Don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the. I don't like it. But yeah, 4 hours looking good. 1 hour it's looking like it will roll over. It still looks decent from where we looked at it over here. Still looks good, like it could give more, and then maybe reject again and be somewhere around that high in here that I mentioned. That high that I mentioned. So just taking out that high into resistance, and then, gosh, Solana. All right. It's about to take this out. I'll be looking up here next. So I know I have this one, but I'm gonna favor that. It's about to stop it out. Yep. That was it. That was it. I don't think it SFPs that, but I don't like you nonetheless. Hmm. Okay, so it did SFP. So that's 20 seconds on this. Still a little weak, even with this push up. Even if it pushes up, it's still a little weak. I'm gonna tell you what I'm looking at. Um, in assessing the weakness through here right now, it's gonna be the candle closures. Like, this was a nice little candle push right here, but you can see how after that candle push right there, price didn't manage to close above it. You're not getting any closures above these candles right now, which is either the result of the heavy resistance through here or just not the bulls not being as strong as it appears in here on the 15-minute time frame. Bulls not being as strong as it appears in here. You can see how with these down moves in here, you get absolute follow through. You get follow through there with the closure below. You get follow through there with the closure below. And most of the time when it's going down, you get that. You get the follow through and you start to not get it, you know, right through here, starting to show some, loss of strength through here. And then we get that push up. Same situation over here. You start to see some strength and then you start to lose it. But the strength has mainly been to the downside. Lots of follow through to the downside. Lots of follow through. Lots of follow through to the downside. Then you get these moments where you have follow through to the upside and then it just starts to taper off a little bit. And just in relation to where we are too with looking at the indicator, I, I'm still attempting the short. I'm just going to keep attempting on the short here just because I just feel like it's going to follow through. I hate this happen right here though where it stopped out the trade and then it might be a situation where it goes into direction now, but I'm going to assume that before market opens, if it wants to make its way up here, it does. If not, I start to look to entertain a long position if I can get that. It may only pause. It may only get as much as here, given how well it's holding up. If it does, if it's still, if it's still a thing. Otherwise, this has to get moved. If I move this to here, let's just say that from here. Um, let's see. I'll use this one. Use this one. Let's just say that from here, price manages to get slightly above. Yeah, that wouldn't make a difference there, but let's put this here. And let me see what that's going to look like. I guess it was better the first time. I guess it was better the first time. It's not like a 50. It's not even a 50. Might be a 50 like this. Not even a 50 then. I'm reaching. I still say it's weak on this one, on this 15. On this 15, it's still weak. I need to wait on the 1 hour. Flip this to a 1 hour. As I can close out my additional limit long orders for now. Cancel. Cancel. Yeah, Bitcoin is holding up above that level as well. Ethereum is far from it. So, right now, should I rethink this? It'll get some reaction here. And it'll definitely react in here if it gets there. All right, we've looked at this enough. I'm going to take this one off. This daily high changed. Just going to put it like that. That's why I changed the color on it too. So it's the current range of daily high. Sometimes I will do that. Just looking at the daily range. Tell you what I'm going to do. So what I'm going to do. Oh. So that might be right. This a little bit. All right, you sucking right now. Let me see. Ethereum. I'm going to change this on Ethereum as well. Just to go. Just to focus on that range. Take that away. And I just did the same thing with Ethereum. Looking to play this until I have to move forward on it. So if it comes back down into here again, just as low from here. Let's see how that goes. Maybe there and then back. This would move at that point. I'll have to have that. I think we're over this range. And it's squeezing. You see how our lows are bullish and our highs are bearish. It's squeezing. Squeezes don't tend to last, but that's what we got. We're squeezing. We did the same thing back here where price was being squeezed to the downside before we finally got this nice bottom and tail candle right here by taking out that previous week low. So you can see how we were rising here at our lows, but we were bear diving here at our highs. Same situation, just in reverse over here on this side now. I don't know what the market is doing or what the interest is here with this, but that's all it is. We were putting in the bull deal, bull deal, bull deal, bull deal, bull deal. Took out that previous week low, which was how did I have you set up? I think I had it set up to. No, it was this one. We took this out. Yeah, we ended up taking that out, and then we recovered right back above it. So it was this previous week low right here. This is the new previous week low now, but it was the same situation. Just squeezing, squeezing, squeezing until finally we broke above right here. I think I had it more so like this. Something like this is what I did with it. I think, no, did I have it like that? I had it something like that. Yeah, I think I did it something like that because you can see the bear div, and this is the point where I think we stopped. I think this was the point where it stopped bear diving until we finally broke through here. But you can see that, and that was my entry. This candle right here, it was that previous week low. It wasn't the bottom. It was the previous week low, and it just recovered back above it. So I'll look for that here. Put that there. After this follows through, if it comes back up and does anything like that, whatever it chooses to do. I don't need to see this right now, though. I need to see price action. And I can look back at it if we're violating anything before then. Tesla just tapped into that 470 here. Just slapped into that 470 here. Still got 30 minutes for this market opens, but it's there. How long that'll last. Really don't like a 1 minute time frame. Prefer 5. While I'm still waiting on. Yeah, I prefer this 5. Some nice fruitful candles it had going up there. I just noticed Solana has a put in 2 outside bars on that 1 hour time frame. So the pattern is actually broadening, which is why the high was getting higher and the low was getting lower. Okay. Market was hoping I would have tried that 470. All right. Come back to this. Nice little candle. VIX is rolling over prior to coming in the market open. Slow. I'm looking for that intraday trade. All right. Definitely doing better than Bitcoin. Definitely doing better than Bitcoin. Definitely come up here. And hopefully not this, but just stopping out in here. So it's invalidating any sort of bear divs that would have been through here. So just see what we do when we get in here. If that's gonna grant the short. It's the one of the daily levels being tapped right now. That's all. Closed above that. Let's see. Still looking good. All right. Still showing a little bit of strength in my opinion. Even though we're getting the reaction, it's still showing a little bit of strength. Still looking a little strong. Still looking very strong up through here. Okay. Yep. So nothing here because it's still, I can see the strength from right here and right here. Still looking a little strong. I'm going to look up here. Let me just clear some stuff out. Let me give it a minute to see if we're going to bear div. Right now, it's confirming bear div. But let me give it a minute. It's slow. I didn't even consider that low. I should have considered that other little pivot, which is this. I should have considered this, but nonetheless, let's see if we're either going to stall out here and come back down, or we're going to just consider this. Hmm. I guess some people getting FOMO on Solana. Good. Good, good, good. All right, I'm good. Take partials on this too. All right. I thought for sure that might wreck me, but I just closed part of this out from the limit that I set up in here. Okay. So that's good. And I left the rest in case it decides it wants to come back. And if it does, then I'll be looking at this one right here, hoping that that'll hold. All right. Should add this stuff here. I'll go ahead and do that before I be wreck city. And I did set a new limit order in here too. All right, that might hold. That might hold. It might have flipped into support. This two here. At the moment, it does read like a bear div, but the MACD is still nice over here on the 1 hour time frame. And then over here on daily, we do have a positive signal cross. Um, well, the MACD is above its signal line because the delta is above the zero line here on the 4 hour time frame. But I got partial out with my idea to, I got lucky, basically. And the rest of it to come back and stop it out. And I have the limit order set up for a move into here, which basically would be something like 137. So just above this standard deviation 2 at 130. Since this broke through 1, just here. I don't see it getting into here. Not based on this. I don't see it getting up this high. Not right now. That's the FVG right here, fair value gap here, or inefficiency field, 137. Inefficiency field here. Still looking strong. Still looking strong. I don't even see any white yet. No white. Hope it pay me more. All right. Let's see what Bitcoin is doing. Solana's in its own world today. I thought it was going to be Ethereum. And it's sold and the market is open. So with that, oh, sheesh. Oh, thank goodness I couldn't trade in because I sure would have taken it. I would have got stopped out. But dang, we back at the top side of our trend line. I'm losing my voice this morning. We're at the top side of our range for Tesla, and it looks like it's still trying to push at the top side of this range here. Nothing to do here. If it's going to break here, there's nothing to do here. You have to wager a bet that it don't push through here and get up beyond this 493. Dang. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my gosh, I'm losing my voice. Am I getting I hope I'm not getting sick. Ooh. Come on, reject. 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 That's 85. That's a 85. Yeah, it's somewhere at toppy top. The last time I didn't wait for confirmation on this. Market is open now. If I wanted to trade it, I could. We got here Meta. Okay. If I wanted to trade it, I could. If I do. It will be with some confirmation. Will not do this right now. All right, Solana giving me a little bit more capital. Thank you. It's bouncing off of the trend line over here. It's giving me a little bit more capital. And this thing just started acting crazy again. It's getting on my nerve. Jeez. All right. Ooh, Tesla. Reject, reject, reject. got hood, did not get above the pivot, coming down to the golden pocket, and then we have to pray that we're not coming all the way down here. This is killing me. Killing me on one side, helping me on another side. So, oof, did not get above that pivot. Says down, DG down. We saw that with Broadcom continuing down. Again, Broadcom maybe here, and then 318 somewhere in here at the gap. Broadcom. Gee, I told y'all I didn't like this thing. It's trying to prove me wrong. Palantir broke up the trend line. 190 could be sufficient on PT. PLTR 190 could be. It's low over here, which it doesn't really count to me. It'd have to be something in here to this 190 in here. Be something like that for me. I don't like that. AMD getting back into that trend. Anything yet? Anything yet? Other than no, but looking good. Other than Tesla, like strategy. Strategy broke that line. Uh, Chime holding Oracle, Coinbase. Down, 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 down. Circle. Tesla. They don't seem to want to stop. Don't seem to stop, guys. It might do if it's above this 493, it's back in euphoria and it's gone. Solana's coming back up. It's probably gonna come up and stop me out. Let me look back at Sol. Oh, I had us on Sol anyway. I thought I had us over here looking at the Tesla and all that good stuff. My bad. The market said, no, you need to stay here. I'm gonna reconsider in here, but like I said, it'll be that I'm at 137 if it's gonna give it. I knew it was gonna hold that back test. Back test up the support. Sometimes you just see it a little better in here. Just letting me stay in here right now. Refresh this flashing, and I'm gonna get out of here. That's what I'll watch for on Solana. I will watch for that 137 here, which would again be feel of this inefficiency in here. I'll watch for that. Whether or not the 4 hour is gonna follow through before that 1 hour corrects is gonna be the thing. If this corrects first, then I would look at the 147. Probably probably not look at the 147 if that corrects. Um, 4 hour may toss it up here to 140. But if this continues up first, then it's interesting. Then it's gonna be interesting. The oscillators are gonna be cooked. If it does it first, the oscillators are gonna be cooked. If it corrects first and then comes back, then the oscillators may have reset to lower levels. If it comes in here first, it's a short. If it corrects first, don't try to short. We're gonna look for the long opportunity instead. Ride it up if it can. That's actually at that point come in to about 140. You hold the little things for now. Ethereum, you have a trend line through Ethereum. If you just want it to be a trend line trader, you have the trend line through here right now. I don't really care for this. I care for it more. It's better at this point than it is if it crosses below here. If it crosses not just a zero line, but if it crosses below the delta, it tends to be more aggressive in that sense. When it's below delta. You can see below delta over here. Below delta here. Um, it was walking the line in here, so that's not gonna be the same below delta here. So right now we can still be corrective even though it's below the zero line, but this dang, this is gonna have some strength. You have a trend regression line on RSI. If you play trend regression lines, you can do that on your RSI, or you can wait for um, the trend line break here. If it starts to pull, deviate too far from it, then long is going to be your best option. May not take out that low down there. Possibly just do something like 40 right now. My fib isn't drawn. My fib is drawn. You can adjust your fib to just look at the highs through here. I don't know. I think it's hard for me to say with this with Ethereum. My best guidance would be a trend line break. Same thing for nope, not for Bitcoin. Bitcoin just has to get past resistance altogether, and right now that's here. Right now that's here. That's this prior range that we were in. It has to get past this. If you get the pullback first, that's going to be interesting for a move. I would look to the golden pocket 786 here for Bitcoin though. And this one is proper. This one is proper. So I'll wait for that. Um, Tesla confirms. If Tesla confirms, I might be interested in that. See, 5. This could be a good candle close. This could be a good candle close. Back to the trend line. I'd rather stay above the trend line and be closer to this top. I just hate something. 1 minute. I guess maybe that was it. That was a good candle wick right there. Too late. Anyway, too late. I hate pushing out on the one. But that was a good candle wick. All right. So rejecting a little bit here at the top side of the trend line. Tesla, maybe look back down here at these highs in here to 470. If they're trying to push Tesla up today, it was lit. That's what the thing read over here. It was lit. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. PSLA. Meanwhile, you're getting slapped. Apple slapped. Amazon slapped. Nvidia holding. Apple slapped. Hammered. Hammered. Low range. Right down here. That 280. A lot better than Tesla. Tesla ain't one to mess with. Tesla is not one to play with. Just looking at the low, to be honest. Maybe 86 will work with it. But I'm looking at this low down here. Trend line range down here. And the break look. Okay. That's what I'm more fascinated with Apple. Solana's still paying, thank goodness. Still paying. Dang. Nvidia still holding, but like I said, 170, 175 could be a thing. Um, could be a thing. I don't have that line over here on this Tesla. Circle, 5 maybe at its worst. The 886 right here. You can, if 77, it really seems more likely to come back down here towards the 75, maybe even this little gap a little bit lower end, but I would look for a reclaim above 7. It's far off here now. Far off of that. I already told you about Hood. All right. I don't think that there was anything else. It's Amazon. Um, yeah. I'm gonna take some extra profits out of Soul. Trying to see. Do that. Do I want to try to get as much more out of it as I can? He's holding that little low again. Let's go one. Took a little bit more out of that. All right. He opened up this 4. I see 2. Sell off. Looking at here. Through here. 1, 2, 3. Maybe it comes back into here. kind of like it did right, just to that. So maybe. So this is our pattern situation. Just stretch this. Still bearish. Still bearish. With the channel. I was waiting on it here. Rather catching this, but got this descending channel right here. Sort of looks like what? Nice, nice, nice. So, um, sort of looks like Netflix was looking. Speaking of which, I didn't even Netflix. Sort of looks like what Netflix was looking. So, tell you what, 300. Because, well, 300 like that. If it continues to roll down, it looks like it might. But I mean, it looks like what Netflix was looking like at one point. Nice, nice, nice. Definitely still rolling over here. Google. So trying to cool off. Another little drop over there, and so before that would have been the measured move for me. But I just took profit twice on this, so it can have the rest if it wants it. Otherwise, I'm gonna pray that it gives me more. If I draw this the correct way, I think it would still be that 786. Where that 786 is sitting at 130. Yeah, it would still be that. That was it. So Apple, yeah, that was it. This is gonna lead to a strong bounce. Well, not probably not a strong bounce, but somewhere back into here. All right. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get long on Soul. Not yet. Not yet. If the RSI gets filthy, I'll get long on it. Otherwise, I don't want to touch it, but I'll get long on it if it gets filthy. Let's just say it's somewhere down below 25 or something like that. I show some interest in it. Otherwise, I'll let this little bear deal that it created play out. 1 hour, 4 hours still look pretty decent on it, as far as I can tell. Hold on, this is the 4 hour now. Oh, well, we already saw that. This is gonna break up at some point. See the nice little squeeze coming in here, squeezing in a little bit more on that triangle in here either. Ooh, yeah, squeezing a little bit more on that triangle. That 130, we just tapped that here. Standard deviation 130. Golden pocket. See how much you want to get. You wanna get so now you want now you really wanna go. Now you really I do have still have a limit long order set up in here from yesterday. It was for 127.29. I set it in here for 127.29. Think about whether or not I want to keep this open as prices coming down here. It looks like it would be a place of interest for me if it gets down into here. I don't have that much Solana left open now. I only did a trade of 7, and I pretty much closed out all of that. So on a 2x, so I'm not making no big money, so don't worry about that. I don't lose no big money either. But it's a slow build up of this account over time, and it's doing really good right now. So hooray. It's a nice hold. Let's see if I had this. What would that be? The 786. 786. 786 pop. One minute left on this. I'm gonna see how this goes because if it comes back up here, then it might, like I said, it could go a little bit more. For it. It means that hold for a few seconds more, and then I'm gonna go. A few seconds more. into the red. It's flipping into the red. Reclaim. Have to see a reclaim, guys. Have to get a reclaim. It's tapped off of that 76 again. Yeah, you have to get a reclaim. You're not getting a reclaim. I'm not mad. To the downside, the downside, this would be overreaching. Uh, What the heck is wrong with breakout? Just keeps doing nonsense over there. Just keeps flashing, just doing this flashy stuff. Um, Trading platform needs a lot of work. To the downside, this is probably cooked somewhere around, and you just have to draw this out because it's gonna be really hard for me to try to give you a number. This low right here on Solana, you're probably cooked coming into here. Definitely, if it takes out this liquidity down here, it will be overcooked. So be a good long if it does drop down into here. I'm not saying that it will, but that actually don't take that to word. Don't take that like that because if it actually loses here with follow through, meaning that we see a V shape on the Bollinger Band. If it does that, then it's expanding. You don't want to touch that. You don't want to touch it. If it does a V shape out, just let it go. But if it drops and you don't see any sort of expansion out of that, then it's a good long. Let me tell you that because yeah, with this squeeze in here, if it drops here, then I'm not gonna be able to stick around to see. You could, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to stick around to see it because I need to go. I need to focus focus on my trading right now. So what is this? Ethereum. This is what we were looking at the long for Ethereum down here. Ethereum might be a better bet. It's on our radar right now. Let's take a look at ETH. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm gonna give this a minute right here. This I like. This I like. I like. I like. You see this nastiness? Now it might double dip on us, but I like that. I like this. I like this. Loving this. It's the previous week low. It's taking the liquidity from the previous week low, which is a great place, especially with this right here. So I'm gonna look at Solana's still going. Oh, Solana's still going. Doing good today. Doing good today. And let me look at Ethereum. Taking a position on ETH. 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 Like this. Like this. That's what we were looking. I like that. I like this. like this. Already up 5.6%, 7% now. Already up. Already up. This can double back. It can, but I'm already on this. Already up on this one. All right. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. All right. I'm out of here. Love you. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow, 5 a.m. Check out the stock market a little bit more right now. See how wrecked I'm getting in the stock market. Oh, I didn't even have you on the Ethereum short chart, but the ETH long, ETH long. My gosh, this was the ETH long setup that we put on the chart. That's the ETH long setup in the ETH long. I'm in the ETH long. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm in the ETH long. This I'm in this one.